Is it time? Are we live? Yes. Alright. Welcome everybody. Doing some more game engine work. Let me turn this music down a little bit. So, yesterday we got to a pretty good point on the engine. We got basically all of the problems associated with closing and reopening a project, and by that I mean linking and unlinking your game module DLL. Got those issues all fixed. We resolved some crashes that were the result of input system conflicts with loading and unloading, and the state machine popping. I haven't really done too much since last stream. Just kind of left the thing as it is. I did switch over to using Clang, or sorry, using Ninja multi-config instead of Ninja, because I think I'm going to be entering a point where I'm going to be switching between debug, dev, and release builds pretty frequently. So if you're not familiar, Ninja is the popular generator that uses like a really strict language that makes building your projects a lot faster. Ninja multi-config basically just has a separate make file for every configuration and a separate build location for every configuration. So you can see here I've built my debug, dev, and release builds. I've got the debug engine DLL, the debug engine lib, etc. All pre-built. And if I go to switch between configurations, it doesn't discard the objects anymore. It just allows me to build and run from the new configuration. So in this case, for example, I just changed to dev configuration. It only has to recompile like 5 things because I've changed 5 things since the last time I compiled dev configuration. It's a lot more like Visual Studio style, where it'll hold on to the object files for every single configuration. But yeah, let's go back to what I was doing. I mentioned at the end of the last stream that I wanted to look into getting Clang formatting and Clang tidy set up finally, because I've never bothered to do it, and I'm kind of at an inflection point where it's gonna get a lot harder to set up a configuration later on if I don't do it now. So I'm looking at Clang format for the first time. So there's 2 things. There's Clang format, which sets up your style, and I found a web-based Clang format configuration tool, which I think I'm playing around with. And basically all it does is it takes your code and makes sure that it meets a certain style convention. So for example, let me make this a little bit bigger. For example, the LLVM configuration sets all the multi-line macros to have the trailing escape slash on the far right of the block, where the Google style only has the slashes as far right as is necessary to allow for the longest line of the multi-line block, which I think I like better. But I'm kind of new to this world, so I'm sort of just playing around with what we got. Visual Studio Code actually has Clang format and Clang tidy built into it, which I wasn't aware of until I started playing with it this morning. So what you can do is you can set up your settings, or you can add a Clang format file to your solution, which is what I'll eventually do. And then when you go to run from the command palette, you can say format document, or format modified lines, format selection, etc. All of that will apply the Clang format. So for example, if I run it now, I currently have a diff between the saved and the unsaved file. You can see all the changes that it made. So for starters, it took and reordered my headers so that they're in alphabetical order. It reordered my using directives so that they're in alphabetical order. I'm not sure that I like that. And did a number of other things, like for the case of this with the bool pointer graphics is texture uses draw equals null pointer. It took the star and put it on the right hand side, which is a C style thing. And this is kind of a religious debate whether to do it like this or whether to do it like that. I'm of the preference to do it like this, star space, because it kind of associates the star with the type rather than with the variable. But you know, everybody disagrees on that, and it depends on the situation, I suppose. I can imagine situations where it'd be better to associate the star with the variable instead of the type. So for example, I could take and declare multiple variables here, mixing whether it's a pointer or a or not. So I could say test, and I think, yeah, that's fine. So basically what this does is it declares, well, it doesn't declare, it defines a member graphics texture handle, and it also declares a texture handle, but the difference is that one of these is a pointer and one of them is not. Anyway, so I'm kind of trying to decide on a style to use, and I think I am enjoying this tool. There's a number of styles that come built in with Clang, so you can use any of the ones listed here. There's Visual Studio, LLVM, Google, Chromium, Mozilla, WebKit, Microsoft, GNU, and you can pick from that list up here, with the exception of Visual Studio, because I think Visual Studio might have been added by Microsoft in this tool. Should probably close my Discord. But I don't think there's any one style that actually meets my wants. Playing between the selections that we've got here, I think the closest base to what I want is the Google style. It does things like it doesn't indent the contents of a namespace, which is my preferred style. Because usually you'll have a namespace be like a file wide thing or something, and then what, you're supposed to have a tab but in front of all the characters in the block. That's kind of a chore. So what I'm doing, because like if you were, for example, to remove a level of a namespace, then all of a sudden a properly formatted version would modify all the lines in between by removing a indent. So I don't like that very much. However, I think there's a few things I'm not too jazzed about in this style. First is spaces instead of tabs, and also their tab width is 2 characters, and I prefer 4. That's a matter of opinion, I think, but I prefer tabs, and I prefer tab width to be 4. Of course, if you're switching to tabs, then technically that's not a Clang format thing, that's an IDE thing, but if you use tabs, then you can control the width in your IDE or your VS Code. So let's find the option. Wow, there's a lot of options here. Okay, tab width, use tab. We'll say use tab always. Which is interesting because now that I say use tab always, it's not actually applying them all. I was expecting to see these to be replaced with tabs, but is there a way to search through all these options? Tab width. Okay, the best way to use type characters in the resulting file. UT never. UT for indentation. Use tabs for only for whenever we need to fill white space that spans at least one tab to the next one. For line continuation and indentation. Yeah, so I think I'm going to use tabs always because I want them to fill white space in all situations, up until the point where you need to use spaces to do alignment. Okay, for some reason I had to type in the tab width in order to see the result. Like I take that away, and then for some reason it's not. It's tab width 4. Cool. And what else do we want to change? Let's take a look at the multi-line stuff. Always break before multi-line strings. We have an example of a multi-line string in here. Maybe there's an info for this. If true, always break before multi-line string literals. This flag makes is meant to make cases where there are multiple multi-line strings in a file look more consistent. Thus, it'll only take effect if wrapping the string at the point leads it to be. Okay, let's hit to true and false and see what that looks like. Do I have any, I don't think I've got any multi-line string literals in this file. It'd be great if there was, maybe there is. I'm gonna do a quick look in the Visual Studio code extensions, and maybe there's a, maybe there's an option for configuration. Because what I really want is editor. There's this Clang format extension, which basically is obsolete now that you've got built-in Clang format in VS Code. I guess I'm not saying it. So what I can do then, I can throw in some of my own code into the web app and see what it looks like. So let's get some examples of files that I want to configure. So one would be system code. So let me pull up a renderer 2D. Yeah, and I'll do renderer 2d.h and .cpp. And I will copy those, paste it to here. Okay, so this is applying the format to this file. It looks like we're doing width 2 tabs for some reason. Taking a look at the members of the class, we have 2 spaces. So we got 1 space in front of public, 2 spaces in front of everything else, and I'm not a huge fan of that. Base wrapping. There's got to be a there's got to be an option here for this. Brace wrapping. You know what I think I'm gonna do? What I just did here is I did Control KD, which takes and does a comparison from the saved versus your edit, which will be helpful for this process. And I'm going to go into Clang format, and I'm going to start here. So I will take. I'm gonna start with a Visual Studio style, and then use Alt-Shift-F to apply the formatting. And I'm going to just not deal with the configurator on this side because it seems to be. I mean, it's a probably a great basic tool, but I'm having a bit of a difficulty finding everything I want on the left-hand side. So what I'm going to do is, instead of using this tool, I will simply generate a Clang format file here and then start tweaking it. So how do I do that? Let's do. I think there's a there's got to be one Visual Studio Clang format style. Okay, so this is the file in question. Copy that. Go to the root directory, and in the root we'll create a new file. I think it's just .clang format. That correct? Yeah, .clang hyphen format. Paste everything in. Save that. And then this will leave it the default. The default is to use the file, whatever the file is. So I now am configuring using the data file in my repo. I will put that on the left side. Get a little bit smaller. And I've got the diff open for renderer.h on the right. Gonna undo that change, and now that we've got a Clang format to follow, I will use Alt-Shift-F and follow it. So it looks like we're doing spaces instead of tab characters, which is no bueno. So on this guy, let me disable the minimap. On this guy, we're gonna look for tab. So we got tab width of 8, which is weird. And then the Clang format style values. So this is the help documentation for all of that. We'll look for use tab, possible values, always. In configuration, oh, we don't use ut underscore, we just use these. So we'll just use the word always here. Save. And then on this one, we will run Clang format again. And we're getting kind of mixed results. We've got tabs in this case, but not here. So tabs for indenting the following lines of this prototype for the draw sprite API call. And I think that was something similar to what I saw on the configurator tool on the web. So let's undo that. Is this every property? How many properties are there? What I really want is just a file that contains every option of Cling format, but leaves all the things at the defaults so I can observe their differences. Is there really not just a simple... okay, so what I'll do... Or how about Clang format template? There's probably a command for Clang format that just gives you an empty one. Because you can use dump to get the template, but you can't get just an empty one. Oh, hang on, I got an idea. Let's open up terminal. We'll do Clang format. Yeah, we'll just do, instead of specifying the style, we'll just say dump config. And we'll do it to... well, let me just print it out to the console first. Okay, so this gives us a file that's defaulting. Is there a based on line? Language CPP. Based on style is empty. Okay, so this looks like it's giving me the empty defaults. So I'll do template dot just so I have a file in here that I can compare against. All right, and let me do this on the right side, please. Okay, just doing a quick gut check to make sure that these all have the same number of elements. They don't appear to. Apparently these options are white space sensitive macros. List of strings, vector of macros. The vector of macros, which are white space sensitive and should not be touched. These are expected to take the form of blah 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 blah. Got a variadic macro. In the Clang format configuration file, this can be configured like this. Okay, so normally you do it like JSON style. You have square braces and then a list of strings. I wonder why it is like this. I'm presuming that this is just a syntax for the same thing. We'll do list of strings. Perhaps there's a description on page that explains that. No. It's nice to work with tools once you use them for a while. Because then you don't have to spend time like I'm doing right now to get familiar with it. It's a list of statements. Clang format, square brackets. Oh, this is annoying. It's annoying because, like, whenever you go to search for a Clang format file, like file format is used to describe what it does. So you're going to get results that are not about the actual format of the Clang format file. But my presumption is that when you do this with this, that this is a list of macros equivalent to doing the square braces and then doing string eyes. Because like string eyes and PP string eyes and boost string eyes, these are all commonly used macros that you need to have exceptions for when you're doing static analysis because they contain white space. And we need to not modify what's inside of the square or inside of the braces white space wise. Use tab always, tab with 8, UCRLF. I will have some white space sensitive macros. I will deal with them when I see them. Standard CPKs. I'm having a hard time choosing how to get started. So here's what I think I'll do. I'm going to copy and paste all of this into the same file. Like so. And I will then in the stuff I just copied in, I will delete all of these extra lines, even though they're important. Where's brace wrapping? Yeah, I'll clear base wrapping. And my objective here is to be able to just sort this whole file alphabetically, and then I can compare before and after, and it'll integrate. I'll be able to integrate the unused properties of the right file into the left file, if that makes sense. So I know I'll deal with white space sensitive macros later. I know those are in. Okay. And now all of these options are on a single line. Do this and do command palette sort lines ascending. Okay, so all of these are taken out of their context. Okay. And then on the right file, I can see now all of where all the duplicates are. So align array of structures. Alright, and this is gonna get kinda hacky, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a left column select, control right arrow, and that brings every cursor to the end of the term on that line. Then I'll shift end key to select the rest of that line, delete that. And now I've got every option name in alphabetical order. And I can do delete duplicate lines. Right? Or do I have to control A and then say delete duplicate lines? Okay, I have to control A and delete duplicate lines. Alright. I'm realizing now that I've gotten this far that I could have just done that on this side. Yeah, let me do that. So I am undoing all of my changes. So, so this is the original Clang format file that we imported from the web, which is the Visual Studio style. And then this is the template that we generated based on nothing. So this should have every single option in it, including the stuff that is not specified in the Visual Studio template. Okay, now that I've done that, let me, on this file, just quickly delete all of the sub options for every option on this side. Okay. And got some more up here. Do the same thing as before, where I Alt-Shift-Click to select all of the left columns and then delete all the text on the right side of it. And then this is a list of every top-level option in the file. So let me paste that down below, and I can now very carefully see, now I want to interleave all of this list into this list without taking out and unsorting the sub options. So that's going to be tough. What I can do, I can still sort ascending. What I think I'll do is I'll sort ascending just a few blocks at a time. So brace wrapping is the first with sub options. Let's find brace wrapping in this list. Actually, I'll just, for ease of use, I will just use the list on the right side. Brace wrapping is in here at this point. I can copy all of those and then paste them here, and then up through brace wrapping we'll do sort ascending. Okay, this is a viable strategy. Especially because the color coding is showing me which ones don't have duplicates. Okay, so after brace wrapping, we've got break before binary operators. So we'll start here and go down through include categories. So break before binary operators, through include categories, copy. And now I can, okay, this is a viable strategy. It's still a little tedious is all. And then I can select that whole block and do sort lines ascending. Okay, good. And then include is main regex through use tab. So actually that's include is main regular expression through the end. Copy. Just paste the whole thing up here and select and sort ascending. Okay, cool. So now we got a file that contains all of the default options of the Visual Studio style with the full list of options on the blank template. So I can discard the blank template and delete it from the source control. And then on this guy, I just need to clear out the options that have duplicates. So every red option is a top level option that we have a value for. So I will go above every single one of those and clear its duplicate. That's duplicate, that's duplicate. Tedious, but how about if I do this? I think it's Alt-click allows you to click and place multiple cursors. So I'm just going to go through from the top to the bottom, selecting every green line above every red line. I'm remembering back to when I was a kid, I used to have infinite patience for just going through and doing it the hard way. Just like, you know, hold the backspace key and clear out the whole line and then move on to the next line, and do it again for 10,000 lines. I don't really have that kind of a patience anymore. But I'm really grateful that we have these sorts of tools that lets you just modify a whole bunch of lines in batch. Okay. Nearly there. By nearly, I meant halfway. Okay, and I'm just quickly glancing through to make sure that I've got all of them. And yeah, that's looking good. All right, and then shift, end key, backspace, and backspace again. Okay, and now I've got a list that contains all the same options as before, and now also contains all of the unassigned options. So they're listed in green because they don't have a colon following them. Now, there's a couple of cases in this merged list where merging isn't quite correct. So this is one. The include categories qualifier alignment somehow got put on top of include categories, which doesn't seem to be right. And which I'm presuming that these options were located in a block that in the above block, and they had lower case values. I'm a little confused as to why that would be, because I selected between and up to and including include categories. So P and Q are letters that follow include categories, so you would think that they would be yeah. I'll shift them up real quick, and then I'll just double check that these are actual options. They appear to be qualifier alignment. Different ways to arrange qualifiers. Okay. Cool. And now I want to set all these to their default values. Which my hunch is that I can go through and just do colon default following all of these options and it'll be fine, but it might not be. Let me open up the console again, and I'm going to do another dump, and we'll say blank dot running format. So I made a where is it here, blank Clang format. It still does, because it has a file name instead of just being .clang format. It doesn't do the same formatting. But okay, yeah, I think I see my problem. I need to go back and for every green option, I need to make sure that they have their members listed below. Brace wrapping. Oh, for that matter, the sub options here need to be merged, because there's options inside of brace wrapping, for example, that don't appear here. Thankfully, this is one of those set it up once and then you barely have to touch it later sort of deals. But what I'll do is that, and then do sort lines ascending. Now I've got that same mix and match situation as before. So that's the default. Cool. Ah. Okay, and this is every option that's already in the original file. And now that I've got that, reinsert the colons, and these will be correctly formatted. Okay. Okay, so if I was thinking this through before I did all that merging, I probably should have left all of their default values here. I suppose that would have made it harder for me to identify which needed to be merged and which didn't. Oh, but what I could have done is I could have removed the colons from all of the options on the right, done the merging, they would still be green, and then I could reinsert the colons for the non-duplicated values. Okay. Well, let's just go through each of these. Line consecutive macros. None. Oh, that's interesting. So these are actually not, the defaults are actually not even in alphabetical order here. So that's, yeah. Perhaps there's a You know what? I know I've spent 20 minutes on this now. I am gonna backtrack 20 minutes. I'm going to undo all of that merging work because I think I would rather keep this list down to only the options I would use. Instead of having an easy to search, instead of using this as my dictionary of things that I can change. However, the blank config format, the blank.clang format, this will still be a valuable resource for comparison. So this shows me like all of the default values if I don't pick a style. Okay. Cool. So this is the starting point. First thing I'm going to do is change the standard to CPP 17 because we're in C++ 17. Tab width is going to be 4. Why would tab width be 8? Why on earth would tab width be 8? Maybe I'm missing something here. I'm going to Control S, and then we'll do what we did before, which is we'll load up file to test this on, and then apply the formatting. Formatting failed, see the output window. I don't see it. Which output window? Oh, here. Clang. Oh, come on. Am I gonna have to play a guessing game? Oh, let me run it. Tasks. Okay, here we go. It's under C++. Formatting failed. Why? Style equals file. Fallback style VM. It's not actually telling me why it failed. That's annoying. Oh, maybe it's because I have blank.clang format. Maybe that's screwing things up. No, it's still failing. Is there an error in this file? Did I screw something up? Maybe CPP 17 is not a valid, or not how you say. Well, that's interesting. CPP 11 is actually not how you're supposed to specify it. You're supposed to use the plus plus. So was this template jank to begin with then? Was that the problem? I thought I had used it successfully. I'm getting kind of annoyed. The line that I'm seeing here in the formatting failed seems to suggest that the fallback style is LLVM, but I can see clearly in my settings that both in my workspace and in the user that the fallback is supposed to be Visual Studio. So I'm not sure why that would be the case. Alright. Plan B, I'm not going to use the template that I found on the internet. I'm going to just generate one from the Clang format executable. So for starters, let's take and try providing Visual Studio to the executable, even though the Visual Studio is not listed as a Clang format. Hang a second. Clang config. So it's a single dash style, and then you provide the style. And then dump big, then specify the, let me print it first, see what happens. Invalid value for style. Okay, so that's not an option. Let's start with one of these then. I'm going to start off with the Microsoft style. Yeah, and we'll dump to .clang format. Okay. And before we do anything else, let's confirm that this actually works. Doesn't seem to be. I just pressed Alt-Shift-F on this file and nothing happened. If I go to the output, formatting failed, style file, fallback style LLVM, assume file name. What is the deal? If I delete the file and try this again, it runs. It's like there's something wrong with the generated Clang format, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, I think I might know what's going on. Hang on. First, let's generate that file again. Open it back up, Clang format. No, same problem as before. Why can't I get... Maybe the problem is the version of Clang that I've installed. Yesterday I went in and installed LLVM by itself. But Visual Studio Code actually comes with its own version. So I'm going to close out of this. I'm going to say uninstall on LLVM. Yeah. Okay. All right, and now that that's gone, let's go back to VS Code, where it should now be using the path to Clang format that's installed with Visual Studio Code. Say format document. That's the CMake build. I'll put still an error, okay. And to be clear, if I delete and try that again, it runs. What the hell? Why is this so difficult? I could have sworn that when I had copied and pasted in the Clang format file from the web that it was working fine. Let me try that again. That was this file. It's almost like the file that was generated from my version of Clang or Clang format wasn't compatible with Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, which might be the case actually, because I did just change from using my installed version to using the VS Code installed version. So we'll do, oops, that's a window. File, Clang format, paste, save. And then if I run it now, no, we still got an error. There's no changes to launch.json or settings.json. That might account for the difference. Maybe it has to do with this file. Let me close out of that and then do a different file under 2d.cpp and run it on that. No, it doesn't work on that. How about input.cpp? Doesn't work on that. Link format is part of my path, but not part of. I'm running the installer for LLVM. And I'm wondering if I'll have an option in there for modifying and removing the path. It seems like Clang format's path still exists. Because when I go to, in PowerShell, let me start a new instance. If I go to Clang and start tabbing, I get results. I always forget how you're supposed to do this. Oh, that's the wrong one. Here it is, path. Let's edit the path. Python's in the path. VS Code's stuff is in the path. Donuts in the path. Okay, so I don't have... Maybe it's because this is a system-wide. Go to path. Edit path. Okay, so this is all the stuff for my whole computer. CMake's in there, Git's in there. A bunch of other things are in there. Vulkan's in there. Qt's in there, I don't remember. Oh, QuickTime, not Qt. Okay. Doesn't look to me like we have a path set for the path that includes LLVM. So This is not what I wanted to spend my time doing. So I can use Clang format without a file. But with the file, it doesn't work. So if I change this to Visual Studio instead of file, I go to run format on input.cpp, it says that it's formatting. Same thing would go for renderer 2d.h, which is the first one I was trying. But I can't specify a file here. There's something wrong with the generated file, maybe. Let me change that back to file. And then leave the fallback to its default. And then the Clang format file, I will delete file, yeah. And then I don't have the ability to generate from here, I don't think. Clang format's not part of my path anymore. Let me set a path. There has to be a copy of format that Visual Studio Code is using. Okay, there. It looks like I'm using void tools everything to just search for the file name. It looks like it's in the program files community tools bin. That's the 32-bit. This is the 64-bit path. Okay. So this appears to be the location for all the LLVM stuff. Let me add this to the path. So we'll go system variable for path edit, and I'll do a new line, pasting in the path to VS Code. Actually, that's not right. This is Visual Studio, not VS Code. So I guess that would work, but that might not be the one that we're using for VS Code. VS Code extensions. MSVX code. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay, hang on, I think I found it. Open path. So there's a version of Clang format and Clang. Okay, this is the path, so let me copy that. There's a version of Clang format installed with Visual Studio itself, with the LLVM package, but then there's the one that's actually used in VS Code, and that's actually installed as a VS Code extension, which goes in my user folder. So yeah, let me copy this path, and then in here, cancel on that, and instead of for system-wide, I'll do it as a user local. So this yeah, we'll do that. Okay, and now if I go to terminal, Clang tidy.exe. Good. Okay, now it's got the path to the actual one. So if I go back to VS Code, and I go to dump out a Clang file, Clang format file. It should be from literally the same version of Clang format that VS Code is using to run its defaults. And hopefully that'll be the end of this. Okay, so we got Clang format, style Microsoft dump to Clang format. Okay, that worked. Here's the file, and I'm just going to do a quick perusal to see if there's any obvious differences. I can't spot any, but I'll try it. Okay, so now I know for sure that it's not the file itself. It's something going wrong with the extension. Like it must be, because the must be, maybe there's something up with this path. Let me check out the command path itself. So we've got C, users, extensions. So far so good. Okay, and then we're looking for MSVS code, CBP tools. CBP tools 1.10.8 132-x64. Okay, this is the one. Then it goes in and out of the bin folder. Bin and out, and then out goes to LLVM, and then bin Clang format. Yeah, so this is the executable. We do style equals file, and then fallback style equals LLVM. And then we assume file name. Maybe there's something up with that command. When it formats a file, it auto-detects the language using the file name. When formatting standard import or a file that doesn't have an extension, assume file name can be used to override the file name Clang format uses to detect the language. And that path seems to be correct. So what could be going wrong here? We've got a well-formed Clang format file. We've got a well-formed command line path to Clang format, and let me change in here. My mind is blown by how hard this is turning out to be. So what I'm doing right now is I'm changing the style from file to Microsoft. I am running the thing again. It works. What I specifically wanted to see was what the command looked like. Perhaps it's in the settings JSON file. Doesn't seem to be. Maybe it's a permissions thing. Maybe Clang format doesn't have the requisite permissions to modify these files. I don't know why that would be either, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to terminal. I am copying the entire sitch from the failed output. Tried running it. It hasn't returned yet, which is confusing. That's actually really confusing. I'm gonna terminate that instance, and let's do another one. We will do CMD instead. Command prompt. And then insert that whole thing and run it. So we switched into Clang format, but it's not actually doing anything. Do a dash style file, and then you pass the path to the file. Simple as that. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So I've just reproduced the command on the terminal, and now it's actually giving me a helpful error message. Clang format got empty plain scalar, invalid argument. Okay, so there's a problem with the generated file. Hey, Doublebox. Nice to see you. How are you doing today? So what's wrong here? Got empty plain scalar. It's not giving me a line argument. It looks like And this is insane. Yeah, I know you're just joining me. I've just spent the last hour now just freaking troubleshooting why Clang format won't run with even the most basic generated template Clang format file. I'm not making any changes to them. I'm literally just generating it from the same version of Clang format that VS Code runs, and it's not. It was erroring out without telling me what was wrong. It would just say, "Oh, failure. This is the command line," and now I've finally got a helpful message on line 1 for. It's like there's a problem with the first line, and I don't know why that would be. This is in front of every Clang format file, I thought. Yeah, this is insane. This is not what I want to be doing right now. Got empty plane scalar. It's just a hunch, but I'm going to. No, it seems to require that I have those 3 characters. So what could be going wrong? This is insane. I wonder if there are Clang format files that are inside of the VS Code installation that define the defaults. Got some Unreal Engine and Unity Engine stuff. I'm not seeing. Well, app data roaming code user history. That's unrelated. Huh. Maybe if I just search Clang format without the dot. Let me look for. I'll search for Mozilla because I don't have many things called Mozilla, and I'm wondering if there's a file which defines the Mozilla format in use. Probably not, now that I'm thinking about it. But there should be a Visual Studio one. So this is the VS Code CPP Tools extension, which is where the LLVM binary is installed. Assets, maybe? No. Let me search this folder for Visual Studio. Nope. About format. Formatters.dll, so a couple of DLLs. Okay, here we go. Somebody's got the exact error I got. Just an additional hint. If you dump the config to a file, has to be the Clang format file has to be UTF-8 without BOM. Oh no, it's got a bit order mask. Oh, that's so frustrating. The file that was generated is UTF-8, UTF-16 LE. Jesus. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. That's so fucking stupid. I spent forever trying to figure out what was wrong, and it was that it was generating a UTF-16 file, which has a bit order mask at the beginning, which is a byte that was tripping up. Yeah. Okay. Great. UTF-8, please. Yeah, let me save up encoding UTF-8. Okay. So I've just converted the file to UTF-8. This default file. And now, presumably, it works. Okay. And go back to settings. Well, actually, I have to change this back to file before I can say that I've tested it. Undo. Alt-Shift-F. Okay. God. Damn, that was hard. Okay. So now, after all of that, we've got a basic file based off of Microsoft, the Microsoft template that I can work with. Okay, I'm gonna take a break because that was so annoying and stupid. Before I come back and actually start tweaking this thing. Alrighty. Okay. So that was a whole lot of time wasted, basically. But we're back in business. I've got Clang format working properly. I got a template that was generated from Microsoft style. We can now tweak and tweak and tweak and repeat. All right. So let's start with a couple of basic things. First, we'll go to the standard. Standard is not latest. It's going to be CPP 17, I believe is the way you say it. Where's the style? There, the style options. Standard. Down here. So Morrison format. Okay. There's C++ L3 versus latest. Okay. Got it. And then CPP or whatever is an alias. So CPP 11 is a deprecated alias for latest. Okay. So now we can use C++ 17. So we do that here. Bam, 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 bam. And then when I go to Alt-Shift-F and do the formatting, it should be using C++ 17 rules. Let me do Control-K-D, and so we're working in a diff between saved and not. And this will make it easier for me to compare what's changed between the original and the new one. All right, so first things first, we are reordering the headers in alphabetical order. I dislike that. I think it would be better for me to pick the order, because I pick these in a very particular order. The file system and the time system are supposed to be grouped together because they are lower level systems than State Manager is. So let's take a look at that. Include sort includes case sensitive. Let's take a look at the sort and close rule. Controls if and how it sorts includes. All right. So if never, they're never sorted. If case insensitive, includes are sorted in alphabetical. That's a fun word. Or case insensitive fashion. Okay. Okay, so I'll just say never in this case. Do we see the defaults in here? Guess not. I'll say never. Undo and reformat. Okay, and in the headers we can see that they're now sticking together in the same order as before. Good. And then there's the using directives being sorted alphabetically. I think this is a similar case where I want to control that. So let me sort using declarations false and try this again. Oops, like that. Cool, those are no longer being sorted. And then something interesting is happening on the type here. So this is action callbacks is a rather complicated type. It is a map of a vector of pairs. Sorry, a map of a map. Yeah, a map of a vector of pairs. So it's done some reformatting here from what I had on my original. I agree that what I already had was pretty bad. So first thing it's doing is that it's taking and moving the star away from the void type. This is kind of a religious thing, but I think that it should be like this usually. I don't like having a space in between the type and the asterisk when we're talking about pointers. So maybe that's the first thing I'll look at. Pointer, space around, pointer qualifiers. Let's take a look at the possible options there. So default, don't ensure spaces around pointer qualifiers and use pointer alignment instead. So we've got pointer alignment left, pointer alignment right. So pointer alignment seems to be what I care about. So pointer alignment right needs to be pointer alignment left. So if I rerun that, oops. I rerun that, the star remains to the left of the void pointer. Let me find another file where that's a thing. Let's do input, or no, let's do renderer 2d.cbp. Do I have pointers in here? I got a couple, so unsigned int pointer, for example. If I run the current settings on it, we see that it aligns left, which is what I want. Good. Cool, and then let's rerun the format again on this file. The next thing is we are getting white spaces instead of tabs. We are also seeing alignment for the template parameters on the left edge. So this map has got, the map is, you know, a parameter, a template type with two template parameters, with void pointer being my left one and std map being my right one. In general, I want those on the same line, but in this case, that might be a valid place to break it across lines. However, if I was doing this, I might have done something like this instead, so that it's only breaking as late as possible. But no, you know what? The style that we had from this format file probably is the better one, to line break as early as possible. How far does that go? This goes up to 119 on the column. There we go. Penalty break first, less, less. So I think that's the penalty for breaking before the first. Oh, that's something else. What I'm looking for is identifying. There it is, column limit. So column limit is probably. I'll probably want to shorten that. Here it is, column limit. Column limit of 0 means that there's no column limit. In this case, Clang format will respect the inputs line breaking decisions. So basically, if we change the column limit to another value, then the lines will break onto the next line to remain underneath some limit. So if I undo those changes, let me go to the file itself. The value of this might be a little easier to see when I've got one file open by itself. The change to break to 120 characters here makes it so that when I'm viewing just the one file, it kind of fits on the screen fine. However, I will frequently be doing side-by-sides on these files, so I think this probably should be shorter. I know that Google likes to use 80 characters, and I think some of my projects I do informally follow that, but I wonder if that would be too narrow for my purposes in this game engine, because there's some places where that can get really, really long. So going back to this same example with STD map, what it did was it broke the two types for the STD map onto a new line, and then it kind of did this waterfall style where it started going down a level as necessary to fit within 80 characters. And then after all of that, we put action callbacks on the next line. Yeah, I'd say that's probably fine. I think that's probably a fine way to do line breaking in this case. Because action callbacks would be at the same level as STD map, not at the same level as the members below. But it does look a little disjointed, doesn't it? Like if we take a look at this, let me just open the file directly. Taking a look at this line by itself, it's not immediately obvious to your eye that action callbacks is related to this waterfall, because it looks like you start here and end here instead of starting here and ending here. So I think I want to do something different. I do want to try to keep the line breaks. Maybe 80 characters is a little restrictive. Let me undo these changes. I'm going to change this to 100 characters instead. Let's see what that looks like. So this is at 100 characters, and if we do a side-by-side view, I have to do a little bit of scrolling, but not an obscene amount of scrolling. Let's try 90 characters. There we go. And okay, it seems to be a little bit more doable now. If I have a line that's going over a little bit, like, let me try this guy. If I have a line that's going over a little bit, then that's probably okay. What's this one? This is 90 characters exactly. So formatting to 90 characters means that if I'm split screening like this, a character, I might have a couple of characters going off the edge a little bit. But you know, I'm okay with that. I think column count of 90 is probably fine. If we go over it every once in a while. I think there's other options that will kind of conflict with this as well, so I'll not spend too much time on this particular point. But I'll leave the column count at 90 instead of 120, which is just way too wide. And then in the, here we go, side by side, on the same point, I want to see if I can do something about the type being on the same line as the symbol. So I don't want this situation to occur where action callbacks doesn't look like it's of type this whole thing. This is an extreme example, but it's why we're looking at it. So how can we change that? There's got to be a break option. Always break after return definition return type. Let me search for this in the Clang format file itself. Penalty break assignment comment first list. Always break after definition return type. Always back after return type. Break constructor initializers before comma. I'm actually not seeing an option that defines this very well. Break before braces. Penalty break assignment. Huh. Coming back to the Clang format configurator, I wonder if there's an example of this that I can test. So we're going the Microsoft style, which is what I'm tweaking. I'm looking for some complicated example where it's not breaking correctly. But I'm not seeing one. How about... What's this one? Always break template declarations. Here we go. The template declaration breaking style to use. There's no, do not force break before declaration. Multi-line. Oh, okay. So this has to do with when you're declaring a template. That's not helpful right now. Maybe searching for the word template would be useful. Space after template keyword, space around qualifiers, separate definition blocks. Oh, okay, that's not related. Penalty break, template declaration. I'm not even using concepts. There's a lot of options here, but I'm not having a good time finding the relevant break option here for the situation that I'm concerned about. Break string literals. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not seeing anything in here that would indicate what I'm looking for. Maybe it's just not a thing. Maybe there's not a parameter for controlling whether you break between the type and the variable name. Let me try this a different way. Head to the link format style options. Searching for the term variable, didn't find anything. How about symbol? No. How about constant? No. Declaration. Align consecutive declarations. Allow parameters of declaration on next line. bin pack parameters. Maybe there's another term that I'm not remembering. I'm gonna quickly review some C++ language docs and confirm that there's not some kind of a name that I'm just not thinking to search for. Variable names are identifiers. That's a term I haven't searched yet. Identifier. Space before CPP11 brace list. Statement attribute like macros. Macros which are ignored in front of a statement as if they were an attribute, so that they are not parsed as the. That's not important here. So identifier is not right. And I searched for type all through this list. Maybe these break after definition and break after return type, maybe they have a double duty. Maybe they also deal with, okay, this is a deprecated option. Which if it is, I wonder why it generated, but I'll come back to that. Like, this is normally breaking after specifying the return type in a function. So in this case, for example, int, and then on the next line they do the function name. Geez. Okay, I'm going to presume that there's no option that actually does what I want, which I'm surprised by, but whatever. The next thing to look at then on this line would be where it is allowed to break. So that's probably going to be a template parameter. So there's only these three options: space after template keyword, penalty break template declaration. I think penalty, I need to get a better sense for what that term means. My hunch is that penalty represents like a weighting for deciding between which breaks should be used. So a greater penalty means that it's going to be used last. So what do we got for penalties in this file? So we got a penalty break assignment, of 2, penalty break before first call parameter of 19, penalty break comment is 300, penalty excess character, that's an interesting one. It's got a really high penalty. Penalty for each character outside the column limit, so that's probably, yeah, for breaking symbols themselves apart, I guess. Okay. Penalty for putting the return type of function lines online. Penalty for each character whitespace indentation. Penalty for each character outside of the column limit. Oh, that's interesting. So I think what this means is that if I have a low access character penalty, then it'll prioritize words breaking rather than... So it's like, it's not as severe. It'll allow some characters to go over the column limit if I can't if the sums of all the other penalties are greater than the penalty excess character. I don't know, that's a tough read. Penalty break, open parentheses. So penalty break, open parentheses is at 0 here, so I guess we're saying that that's one of the first things that we want to break on. Okay, here we go. Align after open bracket. Yeah, I'm not having a great time finding options for overloading how this is supposed to work. I'm gonna put that task for later. For now, I'm going to focus on other things. So next thing to look at would be these white spaces. This is not how I want to do things. I want these to be tabs up until the point where they run out. The problem with that is that if you're you're in a situation where you want to adjust the tab size to be like two characters or something, then how are you supposed to align sub tabs? I thought until this moment that I was really resoundingly on the tabs side of tabs versus spaces, but now I'm thinking that perhaps there's a point in the column for using spaces, which is that I can do sub alignments like this without worrying about them breaking. But you know what? No, I'm going to stick to my guns. Let's do use tab always. CRLF should be false, yep. Tab width should be 4. Let me undo changes on this file and do a reformat. Okay, so I've changed to using tabs always. And now if we take a look at the tabbing, we see that it's using them correctly. We got tabs from all the way from the left edge to the right. In this case, we didn't need to use spaces to align these edges. But let's look for an example where we do, like this one. So the second parameter for this assertion is the message. We are using tab width of 4, so it does 3 spaces here to make the edge there line with the other. My concern is that this may break if you are if you're opening this code up into a IDE where you want to make the tab width be 2 characters. Then all of a sudden this is indented 2 spaces too far. Let me take a look at the tab width property here. Number of columns used for tab stops. Okay, maybe look up the term tab stop. Use tab. Way to use tab characters in the resulting file. Here we go. So using always, use tabs whenever we need to fill white space that spans from one tab stop to the next line. Align with spaces. Use tabs for line continuation and indentation, and spaces for alignment. Okay, and then we've got for continuation and indentation. Fill all leading white spaces with tabs and use spaces for the alignment that appears within a line. I think that this probably will be the one I want. That I would use tabs up until the point that you would need to align, and then use the spaces. But I'm on the fence about that. I'm going to try them both. So we'll use for, instead of always, we'll use for continuation and indentation. Let me try applying format now. The output here in this case is identical. It's tabs all the way over until they're necessary for maintaining a column. Let me try alignment spaces, see if that does something different. Oops. Okay, so this does something different. In the case of EP-SERDEF, we have spaces starting at the very left edge of the type. Okay, and I think I'm seeing the value of this. So in this case, we have a tab up to EP-SERDEF, and so we copy down that one tab, and then from there we use spaces for every character that we are aligning up to. So this should be guaranteed to align correctly on any system where you adjust your tab widths. I like that. Something weird's happening up here though, with this super complicated type, where we are not using a tab here. And we should be. I think the complication is happening because this is a nested templated type, that it's trying to use the number of tabs that were used up till this point, and there aren't any. Wonder if there's any other information for alignment spaces. Not getting any immediate search results on this one. Okay, so I don't think anybody's really complaining about this thing that I'm searching for specifically, and I think I'm probably okay with this one situation. Technically what'll happen is that if you're using this and you change in your IDE your tab width to 2, suddenly this line will be kicked way out. So this would be replaced with that, and then well, it wouldn't be kicked way out, it would be kicked out 2 spaces, so that's probably fine. I think most DAWs, or sorry, not DAWs, most IDEs default to using 4 width tabs anyway. Some people prefer to use 2. Weirdos use 1 or 3. So yeah, I think I'm probably okay with this for now. In the general case, I think it'll work fine. In odd cases like this, where we have multiple line breaks because of a really stupidly long nested parameter or nested type, we'll need to do something else. Or we'll just leave it, let it look a little bit weird on those scenarios. Yeah, but I think the option align with spaces is what I want. Okay, and then reviewing a few things. Moving on, there's this formatting here where we are doing aligning the comments. Let me look for these options. Reflow comments. Okay, I think that just means that it's it just means that it'll take long comments and automatically have them break on lines. That's sort of basic. Spaces before trailing comments. The trailing comments. Here we go. Align trailing comments. Yeah, I think as a rule, that's probably a good one to automatically align trailing comments. So this is this here is a consequence of a reflow because this was originally on one line, but it exceeded the original 90 characters, and so it moved down to the next line. So that's nice. I think I might be close to being done tweaking. Yeah, because I think I'm largely liking the new format. Okay, here's an interesting one. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Down here, for this section, I am using a short-lived macro to reduce code typing. Basically, there's this, I have this method. Let me go back to here. So this is without all the diffing. I have this method control ID to string, which the idea is that it takes an enumerated type. It takes an enumerated type and returns the string name of it. So literally just converting the type, the name of the enumeration, which is in here, converting these to strings. So to make this like way simpler, I just made a little short-lived macro that types out the if statement. If ID equals ID dot control, where control is the macro parameter. It just prints out that if return situation. Now, before I did the formatting, let me go back to here. Before I did the formatting, I did the slash new line on. I did a slash new line on just the top line, and what Clang format has done is that it's added an additional line break, and it has moved those slashes way out of the way on the right edge. I think I dig that. However, I'm not necessarily jazzed about moving the define to the left. There's probably other examples of, yeah, if def. So all the preprocessor statements appear to be moving to the left edge. I'm not necessarily jazzed about that. Let me. I'm not seeing anything in the default Clang format file. Let's look for it in the docs. Here we go. Okay, indent preprocessor directives. Okay. So we have none, does not indent any directives. After hash, indents directives after the hash, before hash. I think I want before hash, but this doesn't seem to be addressing the exact question that I had. So indent preprocessor directives. I'm going to now change that to be before hash. And let's see what, if anything, that does to this file. Okay, so this is the situation we were looking at. We had define, but it's still been outdented one level. I don't know if I have any examples of nested preprocessor if statements handy. I don't tend to do that very often. Oh, I can think of a place. That would be probably the assertions. Oops, that's the wrong one. .h. Let's apply the formatting to this file. Okay, so here's an example. If EP config release is not defined, then we do an if Win32 elif Apple Mac, which is Mac OS. So the change to do okay, yeah, I like the readability that this has offered. And especially in this case where we have a big old block of code, I think I like the aligning of the slashes on the right, because it makes this look a lot more just like C++ code, even though technically this takes place all on a single line. And this is the sort of thing that I wouldn't have the patience to do by hand. I wouldn't have the patience to do a whole bunch of spaces just to align the right edge to column 90. So I dig that quite a bit, actually. Though there's something going on here with the braces that I'm not super jazzed about. What's happened here is that I have if expression, and then I did on the same line just a pair of curly braces. I don't know why I did this, actually, now that I'm looking at it. There must have been a reason why I did if and then else. So the expression is a macro parameter, so I don't necessarily know how that's going to be formatted, how the code's going to be formatted. So I can't like just put a exclamation point beforehand and to negate it. I could theoretically do this, do a double, and then do that, and then get rid of the else. I don't know. That's not something that I want to review right now. Eventually, I've got to overhaul the assertions anyway because I'm going to be changing how the error system works with the editor. But yeah, this bit where I wanted to have an empty parentheses. You know what? I'm going to leave it like this. I think that this style probably at least is clear, even if it's not necessarily, reducing the number of lines. And plus, if I were to add another line, it wouldn't modify anything else besides what's inside of the braces. So probably some smart person came up with that rule, and I should stick with it. All right, and yeah, I think everything else is looking fine in here. Let's close this example file and get back to this one. What I mostly care about at this point is here it is, preprocessor indent width. So the preprocessor, there's a style. This is a stylistic choice where when you're using a preprocessor to wrap code in a specific scope, the preprocessor macros will be back dented, so indented back one line to make it stick out from the block, and that's what's happening here. So let me go back to this is the modified file without all the diffing. So for this example. We have the function name, and then we have define control ID to string implementation. But instead of putting it all at the same level as everything else, it's backdented, and I'm not sure that I really like that. I've never really been sure that I like that, because for me it kind of like makes you think that you're leaving the scope when you're not. So I'm thinking that I probably will set this to 0. Let me take a look at a few files and see how setting that to 0 impacts the legibility. So first, let's apply it to this file. Oh, that's interesting. For some reason, I'm actually not seeing the level change I was expecting. Yeah, it's still got define Actually, what that did is it brought if and return back to the same level as the define, which I wasn't expecting. Must have misinterpreted what that command is. The number of columns to use for indentation of preprocessor statements when set to -1. Indent width is also used for preprocessor statements. Okay, let's take a look at indent width then. Because it sounds like I've misinterpreted that. The number of columns used to... Okay, so PP indent width has to do with the number of spaces in your indent. Okay, so actually -1 just means that we're going to be using whatever the default indent width is. That's not what I thought it would do. I need to know about the indentation of preprocessor macros. Yeah, now I'm getting a little bit annoyed because I'm not seeing what I was looking for. Is this just not an option? I'm looking for any examples that might demonstrate this. Oh, hang on. I was searching for preprocessor before. Maybe the term I needed to search for was macro. Align consecutive macros. Attribute macros. For each macros. Yeah, it didn't seem to be turning up anything either. Okay. I guess that's two things that I wanted to do and can't seem to do in Clang format. That's frustrating. I would have thought that this was a pretty simple thing. Just to have the indent level. Let me change the music. More so, I'm wondering why there's not a lot of Stack Overflow questions about this, because I'm sure that somebody else wanted to do this. Okay. I'm not gonna die on this hill. So I think I'm gonna leave this as it is. I know a lot of folks really like to be able to spot preprocessor stuff by having it outdented or declared at a higher level than the actual code. But yeah, I don't know. Let me open up another macro heavy thing. Let's go error message box. I think is a no error message box. Win32 maybe. No, there's not a lot of stuff in there. Insertions.h. Let's run preprocessor on this, or Clang format on this, and do a little proofread. That seems to be fine. Let me look for some examples of if-def. Okay, here's one. Oh, right, this is a good example. Okay. This is the game entry point code. So we have if-defs for a variety of situations. Run format on that. Oh, that's interesting. It's already 100% compliant. I just tried to run format on it, and it's exactly the same afterward. Okay. How about here? Let's run runtime.h through the formatter. Okay. So this is one. So we got a namespace, runtime. The runtime is a class. We're in the private scope, and we've got the members being optionally pre-processed in or out, depending on the platform. And depending on whether we're in the dynamic build or not. Okay, I think that's pretty readable. I think I'm okay with that. All right, so let's move on from that. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Okay, I think I like the rest of what it did for input.cpp. Let's test it again on renderer 2d.cpp. Okay, that's interesting. On the register component type method, so this is an initialization of the renderer system, I had a bunch of parameters to pass to it. When I run the preprocessor on it, it does the line breaks, but it packs every line. Okay, bin pack parameters, I think, is the one. Here it is. If false, function declarations or functions parameters will either all be on the same line or have one line each. Okay, I think I want to set this to false. Oh, except for this declaration. Hang on. Declaration or definitions parameters. Arguments is what I need to change. So let me change that to false. Well, yeah, SE. And then try again with the processor. And I think that, there we go. That leads to a lot cleaner code in this case. So we can see we're registering component type, and here's all the options we're passing. Whereas before it was trying to do a whole bunch of stuff at once. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. It's doing something interesting on create vertex array now. So create vertex array is a complicated it's a complicated call. We are defining a whole bunch of data in a single function call. You can set this up with variables to make this a little bit more clear. And in this situation, that's probably what I would do. So for example, I'm using an initializer list here to pass in a whole bunch of stuff. To make this easier to read, I probably should have a dedicated structure to use to pass in instead of passing in an initializer list. Because it makes this sort of code harder to read. Let me do a quick experiment. I'm going to have an empty initializer list, and I'll rerun. So this code looks pretty good. Even this code looks pretty good, but that doesn't. So what I think I'm gonna do, I think I'm going to leave leave this option as is, and then just take this as a sign that this is not a good API, because I probably should be defining this as like a stack allocated structure, and then passing that in instead of trying to do a whole bunch of stuff at once. In particular with creating vertex arrays, this is a call that you're not going to be doing all that often. That's something that you do when you go to allocate memory on the GPU. So for this case, we are using a dedicated vertex array for batch rendering quads. So we have a quad vertex array handle. We allocate this one time, and then we just continually update it, and then do a whole bunch of quads in one render call. So yeah, I'm thinking that this is a sign that I need to change my API here. I mean, this kind of worked, but it was sort of clunky. At least in this situation, I have like a dedicated block. Or maybe that's what I should be looking at. So this is what the current formatting rules do. What if I did something like this? Enforce a rule where the initializer list was able to break instead of trying to concatenate. I think this actually looks pretty clear. Let's look into that, actually. Maybe there's a rule for that. There we go. CBP11 brace list style. If true, format brace lists as best suited for CP+11 brace lists. Important differences: no spaces inside the brace list, no line break on the closing brace. Yeah, I think I want that to be true. Allow all arguments on next line. If a function caller braced initializer list doesn't fit on a line, allow putting all arguments onto the next line, even if bin back arguments is false. That's not relevant for what I'm looking for, but I am curious what line is set to. It's set to true. Yeah, that's fine. Constructor initializer list. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna move on from this. Because I think that, I don't know. This is my first experience with Clang format, but where we're setting up Clang format, I kind of have, I keep coming up with a problem where it's like I have like a thing I want it to do and it doesn't, and I can't make it. So maybe this is less of a perfect situation. Like maybe you can't do everything exactly the way you want with Clang format. Maybe that's just the way it is. I haven't met a lot of people who have even used this. Okay, I am going to move on from this. What other files should I analyze? Potential changes. Let's do test game, the entry point. So this is the entry point for a game project. It actually hasn't changed very much. Oh, that's interesting. So on the Lambda, it doesn't follow the convention of doing the open brace on the next line. Which I'm actually not sure how many people use that convention, but it's something that I've been doing. Let me look up brace wrapping. Okay, so I'm gonna make some changes here. So after case label, I actually do prefer to have this to be true after a case label. I don't know why anybody. I'm not a huge fan of putting the brace on the same line. I feel like that's it's hard to visually spot a block if you don't actually have the start and finish be on their own lines. After control statement. Okay, and this is actually where, yeah, Yeah. There was a, this is actually where I would resolve that business about putting empty braces on the top line, but okay. Bool after function, wrap function, definitions. Yep. After namespace. First direct after union. That should be true as well, in my opinion. After extern block. Yep. Before lambda body. Before while. Actually, before while should be false. I like to do on the do while loops. I like to do the while on the same line as the brace. Split empty function. Okay, yeah. If false, empty function body can be put on a single line. This is actually well, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna leave that to be true. The idea that you can do on the same line empty braces. I'm going to go ahead and just use the Microsoft style for that, so that if I have empty braces, first it draws my attention to the fact that there is an empty set of braces, and then second, I can insert things into the set of braces without modifying the brace lines themselves, which is makes for nice commits in source control. Bool split empty record. If false empty record, be put on a single line. Yeah, same difference. Okay, so let's save those changes and then rerun here. And so now that I've rerun it on Clang format on the test game entry point, we see that we got the lambda is moved onto its own line, and we have the lambda body on the following line, and that's nice clean code. So you subscribe to the controller wiki event. This is the function that, or the function that gets called, the lambda that gets called upon receiving that event. That looks good. And the whole rest of it looks pretty good too. Now that I've taken a look at while loop bodies in the Clang format file, let's take a look at the entry point. Editor has a complicated entry point, I think. Well, this is Objective-C code. Actually, how does it work on Objective-C? Oh, okay, there's no formatter installed, so whatever. Let's do entry point for Windows though, for the editor, and run Clang format on it. Okay. Okay, there's an interesting consequence on the top that I wasn't anticipating. This whole file is presently wrapped with an if-def statement, so that to guarantee that it doesn't have any executable code on non-Windows platforms. However, we have the option set up to indent preprocessor macros inside of if blocks. So all the includes are being indented, even though this is effectively a header guard. Even though it's not a header guard, it's just a platform specific CPP guard. And that's not looking great. The actual C++ code itself looks good, given what we did. I think I'm even on board with the change to do catch blocks not on the same line. Actually, I'm not sure about that. Maybe I prefer to have the maybe I prefer to have something like that. For now, I'll leave this as a good style. But yeah, now I have to think about about the indenting if statements thing. So let's look for that again. Preprocessor directives. Oops. So there's a couple of ways I can approach this. I'm not finding a special command that lets me I'll opt in or out for specific guards. So like I can't, in the case of header guards like this, or I keep calling it a header guard, it's not a header guard. In the case of wrapping an entire file in an if-def block, I don't want that to affect the indent level of things like include statements. I want it to be like a thing at the top, and then like leave that. Just for the sake of argument, let me wrap this whole thing in what would be a header guard if this was a header. So we'll do like if and def name CVP. And then at the very bottom we would do and if header name CVP. It would be like that. We'd have an if and if, then we'll define, and then we end if. So the idea is that the first time a translation unit encounters this line, it will include all of this code. So for the sake of demonstrating, oh, that's interesting. Okay. So what I just did is I put the header guard in. It seems to be, Clang seems to be smart enough, or Clang format seems to be smart enough to differentiate between the first situation and the second. So it will automatically do guarding. But I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing an easy way out of this. In some sense, this is kind of bad code to begin with. Wrapping the whole thing with if def win32, because what you should be doing, and what I actually am doing, but I have this extra card in place anyway, what you should be doing is you should be just excluding this file from compilation on other platforms. I do actually have this file excluded when you're building on Mac, but I don't know, like I feel like having a guard like this helps protect against me forgetting about that. But I also really want the nested indenting for things like the game entry point header. Like for things like this, it makes a whole lot of sense to do nesting, so that I can more easily say, okay, well, for Win32, dynamic, static, etc. So if I was to do away with this, let me do a little thought experiment. If I was to do away with the Win32 stuff, how do I make it crystal clear that this file is only for Win32? I mean, it's in the name, sure, it's underscore Win32 on the file. But if you're just looking at the file itself, maybe the internet's got some guidance on this. platform-specific CPP file. Okay. Yeah, the kind of the hunch that I'm getting reading online is that you don't want to be doing this for a whole file. Because it's not... Yeah, I don't know. I am on the fence about that. I think I probably need more examples. This is one of those things where it's like, as you get more experience, you'll probably have a better sense for what's good or bad practice. And I'm trying to get good practice without without the requisite experience. Let me take a look at. Do I have Unreal? I've got Unreal projects on my in my software repo folder. But do I still have? At one point, I had the engine, the whole Unreal Engine 4 source code built. Okay, I still do have access to the Unreal Engine source code. Now, the Unreal Engine source code is actually technically under NDA. So I can't view it on stream. It's open source, quote unquote, because they allow you to allow anybody to get in there, but you have to sign a EULA to be able to access the code. But you know what? I'm going to not look into the files themselves per se. I'm going to just look for specific I'm going to look for specifically whether they what the header on entry points or things like that. It's been a while since I've looked at this. Or I think there's a well, maybe under runtime. Or here it is for. Okay, so this is an example of a bunch of Windows-specific CPP files. I'm going to do something really low level. Presumably this file is platform-specific. But I don't see a critical wrapper in here. So you know what? I think I'm going to keep the rule. I'm going to keep the rule to indent like this. But I will take this as a sign that this is bad code. So without those, I go to run, everything is just fine. If in def, Win32 lean and mean, define Win32 lean and mean, and then include Windows.h. And then this whole file is considered only to be compiled within Windows because it's got Win32 in the title. Perhaps I could do a little something as well, like Windows specific code. Or Windows specific source file to indicate, to make it especially clear at the top of the file. But I'll put that on the back burner for now. I think that for the sake of what I'm doing right now, which is just setting up Clang format style that I want, I think I'm okay with the rule that we indent anything that's in an F block. So that, and I'll just later on I'll get rid of those guards and make it make it clear in another way that this file is only included on Windows builds. But going over everything else, yeah, everything else seems to be really clear. I like it. Let's find another file to analyze. What else do we got? Looking for something that's complicated that'll possibly break something. Let's take a look at some state code. So this is the game state in the test game project. So what I've been the simple scene file that's got text and two sprites and player input control for the 3D camera. So this is actually this is a kind of a hacked together file. So maybe this is a good test for the Clang formatting rules. So the first thing that happened is I ran it, and these commented lines, they now have spaces in front for the non-code stuff. It doesn't really matter for me in this situation. Oh, okay, and that's interesting. When I ran it on Simple Vert, I've got... okay, so this block is, you know, kind of hacky code to begin with, but this is what it did to it, what formatting did to it. So we've got a struct of type Simple Vert, and it literally just has the vec3 position. In other situations, I would be doing a lot more data inside of the vertex, but in this case I've only got positions. And we can see that because I immediately go into an initializer list for this array. So like this is something that you probably wouldn't do very often in practice, but I am declaring a struct type and defining a struct type, and on the same line, or in the same statement I should say, I am making an array of those elements and initializing it with an initializer list. And this was for testing drawing lines. Like all these vertices are just points, opposite points on the space to make a grid line, which I was using for testing text alignment. Given how hacky the code was to begin with, I think I'm actually okay with the way that it handled this formatting, because you got the... Yeah, I don't know. This is a situation that probably I would never have in shipping code, but it's actually quite legible given what the input was. So I'm not gonna fuss over the change that it made there. Let me make a diff window real quick so I can more easily identify what's changed through formatting. We have a reflow of a comment here, which doesn't really matter because that's commented code. Though that's actually an interesting thought. If I have commented out some code, the line break won't necessarily... Clang format may implement a line break that would actually break the code if it was uncommented. That's something to worry about. So for this example, it reflowed into something that, if uncommented, would look like this. Whereas you have to do that for it to concatenate correctly. So I don't know, maybe that's just something to look out for. In practice, I'll be running Clang format on files that I'll be putting into the repo. And I probably won't be putting in commented out code to the source control. So I'm just going to leave that as it is and not think too hard about it. Okay, here's another example of an anonymous function or a lambda being used. We have a bind action where I am using oh, and I was testing out std bind here. That's interesting. So I've got an exit button action to trigger state manager end state. It's just inserting spaces to make this a little bit more elegant. And I think I agree with those choices. It is a little weird that there's a space between the capture and parameter block and the first curly brace. Like, I would have thought that this would be a little more natural. Maybe not. I don't know. That's small fish. We have another example of create vertex array. It is following it's almost following the formatting guideline that we do this, where the number of spaces lines up exactly between the thing that we have on the left edge. I'm not sure what I could do about situations like this one. What did that code look like before? So before, I would do create vertex array, put in a whole bunch of stuff on top, and then I would do the initializer list containing the vertex format, which in this case only has EV position in it. This is actually the API call that kind of looked really crappy in Renderer 2D as well when we were trying out the new vertex format, or sorry, not vertex format, when we were trying out the new Clang format, because it did this. It broke everything onto its own line, and it tried to put everything in the initializer list on its own thing as well. If I was to get rid of that, it would look a lot better like this. I think this is a good argument against using initializer lists as a part of the API. So like, because like if we go back to the way it was before, comparing pre-formatting and post-formatting, this is actually kind of crappy looking anyway. We got the call, we got 3 parameters, then we break a couple of lines on the middle parameter, and then we have 4 more parameters. That's not great. This actually does look a little bit better, even with the initializer list situation. It would be a little bit something that that was done in the other case. In the case of Renderer 2D, it would take and format something like this, where it would be 1 line for each item. Which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, doesn't actually look horrible anyway. Alright, I think the Clang formatting is doing what it should here. But I don't know, it feels like, when I look at this, it feels like Clang should understand that we've indented twice on this level, and we should have 2 indents and then spaces on this next line. And I'm not sure why it wouldn't pick up on that. Because if we follow suit like this, then this is exactly how I'd want to commit the white space. because somebody can adjust their tab size to be tab size 2. Let's do or indent. Can I change the number of the tab size? I guess not. It must be like a file detection thing. But like in the in your IDE or whatever, you could change the tab size to be 2, and then everything would still align correctly. There's got to be an option that I'm just not aware of that would make this way better. Let me look at the alignment spaces. Maybe there's an alternative. I did search for this a little bit ago, but use tabs for line continuation and indentation, and spaces for alignment. Fill all leading white space with tabs, and use spaces for alignment that appears within a line. Maybe for indentation is what I need. Use tabs only for indentation. Well, no, line continuation is necessary. Let me try this out. So you could argue that this is better because at least there's a tab made out of 4 spaces on the line continuation, so that the line continuation won't break the spaces that occur on the next several lines. So like the idea is that when you change the IDE's tab width, you're not breaking anything. So I guess that is kind of a solution, but I kind of would like the ability to do this, so that the indentation follows even online continuations. So let's try another solution. For continuation and indentation, I feel like I tried this one earlier and it didn't do what I wanted it to, but I'll try it again and reread it. Yeah, and the thing I didn't like about this was that the alignment now can break, because if you adjust the tab size now, all this stuff won't line up with the leading parentheses. Not great. Okay, so it kind of looks like this is maybe a situation where there's a hole in the Clang format API. This is the most current version of the doc, right? 15, yeah. So it seems like this is maybe just a place where there's a hole in the API, where I can't have my cake and eat it too. What I really want is a here it is. I want an align with spaces, which uses the tabs for continuation and indentation, or continuation and indentation. Yeah, so it would be, well, actually on paper that's what it's supposed to do. It says use tabs for line continuation and indentation and spaces for alignment. So why on earth It's just maybe this is just a bug. Maybe it's supposed to be doing maybe it's supposed to be doing this because it says this would count as well, no, this wouldn't count as indentation. Let me think about that. So this whole block is indented once. That's the idea. We have a line continuation, and we have added a tab for that. So this tab here counts as a line continuation. And then on the next line, we are doing alignment to this. So it's not considering putting a tab for a line continuation, because this character to this character is not considered a line continuation, it's considered a alignment. So maybe there's an additional way. Take a look at a line after open bracket. Here we go. If true, horizontally aligns arguments after an open bracket. So this is the property of alignment. So we on the next line we'll move to the same height, the same indentation. Don't align, we'll just do a continuation indentation instead. I kind of like the idea of always break, but that doesn't address this problem either. Wait, no, it does address this problem because it means that every tab will be the same width. Let me try out block indent on this. Maybe that'll do what I want it to do. Okay, so that seems to be a lot better, actually. Because now we still have alignment between all of the parameters. The tab, changing the tab width won't break anything. We have a lot more room for things like this, for things like the initialization list. This actually might be the way to go. Compared to what I was doing before. And for all the rest of the cases, alignment seems to be working correctly. With spaces, that is. So up here, where we have cam position plus equals, so we're doing an assignment, there's an alignment happening when I go to break onto the next line. And because the alignment starts at the same indentation level with spaces, this alignment will never break. Okay, I think I'm starting to dig where I went with this tool. Okay. However, now that I've changed that, I feel like I need to return to a couple of the files that we had parsed before. Let's go to input.cpp and run it. And I want to confirm that we didn't make a whole bunch of things harder to read. So this is an example. So down here we have assertf where we have the condition and then the string. It breaks immediately onto the next line, and we have the condition, and then we have the string. That actually looks pretty good. Let me try this. And the string breaks across lines quite well. Oh, but here's an interesting issue. We have upon breaking the string literal, we have spaces instead of tab. I think this is a similar situation to the consequences of alignment in other cases. So align with spaces. Say align trailing comments, align lock indent. Yeah, I think that's probably just something I'll have to deal with. All right. But this using this block rule, I think, is going to lead to cleaner code in most situations. Yeah, like down here, like this is already quite readable. Assert AF, like that. So let's start with yeah, so like this reformats to a much cleaner look. Condition, the error message. And the error message could be allowed to be quite long. It would reflow correctly onto the next line. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I'm digging that. Cool. I noticed this. I bumped the mic. I noticed this option, align array of structures. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be something that I'm sorely missing here. Let's look at that. So we have left and right on the alignment. I want to do a right alignment on that. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. That doesn't actually seem to have done anything different for this particular block. Which is interesting. Because this is an array of structs. Maybe the problem arises from the fact that I'm doing this all at one time. Like, let me do this a slightly different way. Instead of doing this all in one line, which is kind of hacky, I'll do the struct declaration, and then I will do static simple vert array like that, and then run on the file. Now that's interesting. We got the same results. Huh. Same results as before, where it's aligning the. Huh. Oh, because you know what? I know what I'm overlooking. Because this is actually a nested call, so each struct has got the one vec3 element. This is constructing the vec3 element. This is constructing the outer struct. So it sounds like this doesn't even apply to the situation. All right, slowly but surely, we're getting there. I think in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. And save and commit this Clang format. Let's find an example, though, of... Let's see if we can find an example of the array of structures being used. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, this is probably an example. Create frame buffer, we have initializer list containing all the attachments. If I was to set this to be right, and then rerun formatting. Okay, so that seems to be applying here. It's trying to align the commas. What if I did left instead? What would that look like? Actually, that looks pretty good. It looks better, at least, than what line right did. But it's doing some weird shit with with the brace here that I'm not really jazzed about. Yeah. Yeah, aligning array of structures seems to be breaking the readability of this stuff, because what it had done was moved the brace down and out a level, which was just wrong. So maybe Clang format's not a perfect tool yet. However, this is actually quite readable, so I'm going to leave the alignment alone, and we'll use the block indent for big long parameter lists. Let me re-enable bin pack arguments. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, you know what? I was thinking that bin pack, now that I've got more room with the blocks, that bin packing would be better, but this seems kind of messier actually. To be packing as well as doing blocks seems to be making this harder to read. This is quite legible, one thing per line, but yeah, let's leave that to false. Okay, yeah, I think this is looking quite good. Any other files that might be a huge problem? Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it. Seems like everything is going quite well. This is breaking my out YAML to multiple lines in some cases. This one's a little weird, but whatever, I'll allow it. Like how it's pending the // namespace at the very last bracket to help make that more clear, because I often forget to do that. Oh, I know one that I remember a file that I had spotted something unusual with. Assertions.h, this top block here. Yeah, so what I just did is I formatted the assertions file. And while this does improve the readability for all of the preprocessor macros, that they're pretty dense code blocks here for handling exactly what happens in an assertion failure and things like that. While all of this seems to be doing quite well readability wise. The top block, the comment block, has these spaces in front of it that I don't dig, whereas before they were tabs. So I'm not sure why they would have changed. I'm not seeing a lot going on regarding line breaks within a multi-line comment block. So this must be the result of some other rule. What I think I'll do is I'll delete the tabs here and rerun. And that didn't seem to change anything. Maybe I have to do the space star space. Okay, this is admittedly not a common issue for me because I don't often do big header block comments like this. In the time since I set up this header, I have implemented Doxygen HTML generation, and so I've got like a whole help file already written on the proper use of assertion macros. So it's not really critical that you have that comment block at the top, because now you can just like mouse over with IntelliSense. It'll tell you what the assertion is for. At least in context it will. So I mouse over this, it'll say, oh, that's interesting. It's not doing that. It is telling me what it expands to, but not what the comment block is supposed to say. That's interesting. Why would that be? I know that it does in Visual Studio and in Xcode because I've tested this in both situations, but maybe as a consequence of moving to CMake and Visual Studio Code, maybe the C++ tools don't parse out these comments very well for macros. Huh. I'll have to revisit that, but yeah, that's not a huge deal. Okay. All right, so I'm at the point now, I think, that I'm pretty satisfied with the rule set that we've come up with based off of the Microsoft set. Doing a number of changes to make this fit better for the format, for the styling that I prefer. And it seems to play nicely with the APIs I've developed so far. H, for example. So this is a rather robust API. If I run Alt-Shift-F on it, it does a couple of things in like assertions now are a little bit clearer to read. Or sorry, line breaks are a little bit clearer to read. Yeah, things like this. Like, I probably wouldn't have done such a clean job managing the line breaks on this one. Yeah, so for functions, the Doxygen comments seem to be parsing correctly, but not for macros for some reason. That's fine. I think we're all good here. Sweet. All right. Thanks for watching if you did.